Hello. Oh, not working. Headphone? I don't know, can y'all hear the music or is it just my voice right now? There we go. I had it switched to the wrong output. My headphones have they have two settings. They have like a headset output and they have a headphones output, and I have no idea what the difference is. But I sync them up in my stream services. Or my Streamlabs or whatever. So today we're starting the stream with Xenoblade music. Let me just turn it down a little bit. Xenoblade music. Hello everyone. Hi Robin. Hi Breakfast. Danyara. Hi. Hi Nettle. Hi Ruby. And Squawky Bird, hello. Woo. Hi Wolfie. I did a water test on this. This is not the final water. I was just like testing some stuff out. But I'll figure that out later. I'm almost done with the initial render. I still have to like do some effects, and there's a couple of areas specifically in the background that I want to fix. But it's almost done with the initial render, and then I can like do magic Photoshop stuff to it. I think I just have to render out a little bit more of the stream bed, and then the foreground rocks over here, and then this whole side of the gorge that's in shadows. But I'm at the point in this picture where I can only work on it for like an hour or two at a time, and then I have to put it away for a while. Like, I have to put it away, like put it down for a few hours, because man, rendering just takes so long. It's like I need a break from it. So I do have another picture lined up for stream. Another big camp picture that I haven't really even started yet. So I'm hoping to like do this particular picture all the way on stream so that you guys... I don't think I've ever shown me thumbnailing and like researching and like settling down on a composition before I like line it and finalize who all the cats are going to be and all that stuff. So I'm hoping to do the next picture completely, or at least mostly on stream, at least until I get to like the rendering, so you guys can see that. Because people have asked like, how do you even start these big pictures, yada yada. So I was doing some research on that this morning, pulling out old Werecat books and, you know, reading. But yeah, we should almost be done with this one. It's getting to the point where I'm like getting tired of looking at it, so that means that it's almost done. Yeah, rendering takes so much out of me. I love doing the line art. I love getting the initial, like, colors done. But, like, actually... And this is what happens, because I like doing backgrounds with line art. And the only sucky part about doing backgrounds with line art is that you have to render it a lot more clean, in my opinion, than you do when you're not using line art. Like when you're just doing like a lineless painted background. Like you just have to render it so much because you have to stay inside the lines and everything. And it takes forever. But I like the aesthetic of it. It like works in like what I want it to look like. So I do it. But I don't particularly enjoy it. What have you been doing for past 10 minutes? I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the last 10 minutes. Yeah, Ruby. What I like to do, so when I render, I usually render on top. So, okay, here, let me show you. So this was my initial, like, after I had finished putting down all the colors of my picture, right? Like, this was my final... Okay, this is pretty much what I want the colors to look like throughout the whole picture. And so I always do my rendering layer on top of it. Here's my rendering layer, right? So that I can always like go back and be like, wow, look how much I've done, you know? When it seems like I'm not making any progress. Because then you can actually see it. And that helps me sometimes. Kind of like as a motivational thing. How did I learn to make backgrounds? I don't know, I just did. It's like something I've always enjoyed doing, so I've always like been trying to make. So my preferred illustration type is actually when the characters are pretty tiny. I'm not really comfortable like with my... I don't know how to explain it, but I like doing illustrations where my characters kind of like establishing shots. Like those are always my favorite shots to take in like projects. That's why I take a lot of like intro parts and like outro parts, because a lot of those you can put like establishing far away shots in. So those have always been like my favorite compositions and stuff, so I've always like been doing them, and then you just naturally, as you keep doing them, you'll learn more and more. Yeah, line art's fun. Rendering, not so much. I don't know. I specifically remember I've just always liked doing backgrounds. Like whenever I would collab with people, like when I was younger, and you would like do collabs where somebody would draw like the line art and then someone would draw the lines and then someone would color or whatever, I'd always like draw the backgrounds. I find a lot of references on Google. Like sometimes I'll just type in, like, for this one in particular, I think I typed in like a sandy ravine, and you can find some, or like just regular ravines. I also take pictures when I'm like going on hikes and stuff. Like I do a lot of camping, so one of the ravines that I specifically remember thinking about when I was like building this one is it's called, I want to say it's like, it's at the Finger Lakes. I think it's like the Mohican. Oh, no, it's Watkins Glen. So, here, let me show you this. This is like a ravine that I went to Watkins Glen camping a couple years ago, and the trail is like really nice, but it's a trail and you're going through like this waterfall. It's like a huge ravine. So I remember thinking about that one a lot when I was like planning this picture. Watkins Glen's really pretty though. But it's not like a sandy ravine. It's kind of just like a rocky ravine. But it still helped me. Pinterest is good. I have a couple Pinterest albums, but my Pinterest albums are mostly for like color references, like color inspiration, and then like pose inspiration. Like I have like a fighting cat album that just has a bunch of poses of cats fighting. I think I do have it. I still have a DeviantArt Kate. I haven't uploaded anything on it for a lot of years, but it's just Nifty-Senpai. The places that I keep updated the most on my art is my Tumblrs. I have 2 Tumblrs. I have one for my WordCat designs, and I have one for just like my regular art. I want to say that both of them at the moment are linked in the video description. And then I post on my Twitter, but I just cross post every once in a while to my Twitter. Which camp have I drawn that I'm the most proud of? Honestly, this one's turning out pretty good. I think all of them turned out relatively okay. I think the RiverClan one's probably the weakest, but that's the first one I did, so. The ThunderClan one, I like. I was pretty satisfied with how that one turned out. But there are aspects in all, like in the Winkland one, I spent so much time, like, rendering, like, trying to figure out how I was gonna render the foreground heather in that picture. And I finally did get something that I really, really enjoyed. So I was pretty proud of that particular part of the Winkland one. It's like, it's on screen right now. It's like the far right, like the really dark heather. It took me forever to find out like how to simplify heather enough for it to be in the foreground, but also like not overtake the cats too much. What's my Pinterest? I have a private Pinterest. I don't do any, like, I just have a private one that I use for like collecting. But I think overall, I'm most satisfied with like the ThunderClan one probably. don't know why I made this one in the front so light. Probably just to like separate it out from the other ones. Hey Calvin. It's Monday. I usually stream on Tuesdays, but I'm streaming on Monday today because I'm going over to my grandparents' house on Tuesday, so will not be available. This particular one is 12 inches by 18 inches and it's 300 DPI because I'm gonna print it out on a 12 by 18. But I mean, I guess I'm not sure exactly how big that would be on like 72 DPI canvas, which is what you typically would use if you're just keeping it on the web. Depth and texture? I have no idea how to do texture. As you can see, well, I think I've used 2 brushes to color this entire thing. I'm still struggling with, like, portraying texture most of the time. But depth, I just use color. Like, I kind of just use the, oh, lighter colors the further away you get, and then, like, I don't know. Can you tell I didn't particularly go to art school? I wish I did go to art school, because then I feel like I would be able to, like, bring out more terms to, like, explain my thoughts easier. Artistic goals. I think... that's an interesting question. I think I would like to get better at, like, digitally painting. Like, there are some no-nos I do. It's, like, even on stream, you can tell right now, like, I was just zoomed in at 200%. And technically speaking, I should probably never zoom in more than 100% while I'm rendering this out. Because then you start to get, like, too detailed in, like, for, like, how far away it is, you know? Like, you tend to, like, over-render, like, the background portion. So I'd like to get better, or, like, kind of get rid of some of my, like, bad habits I do when I'm painting. I guess would be one of the major things that I've been really thinking about this year. Yeah, I feel you, Vilify. That's kind of what I feel like. But it is interesting, like sometimes I'll explain something to someone who has gone to like art school and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, this is," or like they'll use an artistic term. Like they'll use a term, like for the longest time I had no idea what tie downs meant in animation, because tie downs is like an industry word. And for the longest time I didn't realize that tie downs was just like you finalizing your rough sketched animation into something that's like actually presentable looking. But people just started using tie downs around me and I'm like, yeah, I totally know what that means. Don't worry about it. So I don't think you have to be well educated to be an artist. It certainly helps to like know some like terms that other people are using though, you know? Just to like be able to converse easier. Like you could always just look up common art terms or whatever. Oh, that's moss. Nifty-Senpai. Sunbird? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, Calvin, I definitely spend a little bit too much time on these backgrounds. Like, people have asked me, like, they're like, can I commission you to draw the camp? How much would it cost for you to draw the camp of, like, my Warrior Cat OC clan, la la. And I'm like, dude, it takes me, like, a proper month to 2 months to do one of these pictures. So, unless you're, like, willing to pay me like a good chunk of money, you ain't gonna I'm like, with the amount of time that I spend on one of these, it's just not feasible for me to offer them as like an on-demand thing. Like, I sell prints of them and that's how I like rationalize spending so much time on them, because I can sell the prints afterward. Like, the reason I want to get this one done is because I want to have it as a print for my June convention. Yeah. Daily stream plug where I plug my merchandise shop in the description of this video. Smile. Get your prints. I would like to do puzzles. I would like to make these camp prints puzzles. Yeah, no problem. I don't like that that's like so much of a different hue than everything else. We're gonna switch it. I kind of want it to stand out though, is the thing. I think that's what I'm there, something like that. But you see, it wouldn't have a rim light because it's like all the way at front. I think is what I'm having trouble with. Have you guys done the meme where you have to draw the gray cats all in one canvas? The gray cats with blue eyes? Without it looking like a pillow fort? I like that reference. Now I want to draw the cats in pillow forts. Yeah, Bird, that's what I felt like. I drew them and I was like... So I drew them the other day, right? Okay, here, I'll show you. It was like as a warm-up. But I feel like it's like so easy street. Hold on. Grab it. It's super easy street. Here it is. Like... I'm like, could you guys pick like 4 completely different cats? And then it's like, they're not all just gray with blue eyes. Like, Cinderpelt is like a dark gray. Crowfeather's like almost black. Blue Star is like blue-gray. And Ashfur is like a speckled gray cat. They're not even all just like plain gray cats. So then I was talking to one of my buddies, and I was like, I need a harder variation of this. And so they gave me 6 white cats. Doveling, Twigwrench, Frostpaw. That's what I was thinking, Bird. But, yeah, and Clear Sky. So they gave me 6 white cats to draw. They were like, here's your harder version. So I was like, thank you. This one's a little bit easy. This is a little bit more my style. This is Cloudtail. This was Cloudtail, Snowkit, Mothflight, Half Moon, Frostfur, and White Storm. I was like, this is more my style. I was like, whatever. Anyway. Oh man, my glasses are hurting me today. Yeah. Frostfur happens to be the only one with the anime hair in that group, so she stands out like a lot. You have a second YouTube account. I'd like to stream with someone else. Like, what do you mean? Like, you guys are both talking? Yeah, Mouse. I feel like most people aren't going to draw Ashfur and, like, Cinderpelt the same, though. Whenever I stream with someone else, I always talk to them over, like, a social media. Like, Discord or Skype. Or, like, something that I can capture their audio through, like, they're talking through my desktop audio, and then I can stream that desktop audio to, my stream, I guess. I would say that's the easiest way to, like, do a multi-person stream. You used to be able to do Google Hangouts, but I don't think Google Hangouts is a thing anymore, so... Bummer. I feel like a better challenge would be to, like, draw silhouettes of characters. Like, draw the silhouettes of all of the Tiger Star clones, or draw the silhouettes of all of the Firestar clones, like Firestar, Squirrel Flight, Spark Pelt, and Flameheart, Nightheart. You know? Like, do a silhouette journey. That's why when I did the 4 gray cats, I didn't actually color them in. Like, it's just so easy. Where's my color? There it is. That is not what I want. Hey, Jubisi? I am doing good today. I had a headache when I woke up, but it went away when I took medicine. So I'm hoping that it doesn't come back. Oh, SkyClan. Are any of you guys on spring break this week? I miss spring break. I guess I don't... Actually, I don't miss spring break. Spring break would mean I'd have to still be in school. It is 12 by 18 inches golden. It's 300 DPI, so it would be In regular... In regular pixels, it's 5400 by 3600. So it's really not too big. About as big as like a 4K canvas. A little bit bigger than that. You're desperate for close friendships. I have no idea what the climate is. Like, I have no idea where to find, like, new warrior cat buddies in this day and age. I feel like you kind of find them by, like, joining fan projects and then, like, working with people and, like, figuring out who you vibe with and stuff. Oh, you're talking about actually in the books. Okay. You're right. Yeah. I think Nightheart... I hope that Nightheart and, like... Frostpaw have, like, a good friendship. But, like, Frostpaw didn't even come back to, like, ThunderClan, so... She's just, like, in ShadowClan now. You're on Easter break? Oh, Easter is this next weekend though, isn't it? Yeah. No one has like friendships anymore. I think it's definitely because they have like 3 protagonists now. So you don't get like friendships like Graystripe, because that Graystripe would have just been a protagonist if they had written the first arc right now. I liked Needletail and Alderheart. And I enjoyed Greywing's friendship with everyone. And I think Whistlepaw might become an okay. Okay, apparently on the Werecat website last week, they released like a snippet of Ivypool's heart that had a spoiler in it. Does anyone remember? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It was like for the audiobook. It had like a Whistlepaw's dream or something. This is a Xenoblade playlist today, Sunbird. We're listening to Xenoblade music. This specific song is from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. She had a dream. I didn't listen to it. I didn't want to listen. But apparently it had like a spoiler in it. And I was like, I kind of want to know what the spoiler is, but I don't at the same time. And like Wind got leaked, so now everyone knows what happens in Wind, and I'm like, I don't want to know yet, so do not talk to me. Of course, I mean, Wind kind of already got spoiled by like the actual Warrior Cat websites, so it's like whatever. StarClan ominous message cat. So we're back on the ominous message train. No school currently for me. Oh, hi Fortnite. It's so good to see you live. It's good to see you too. Welcome back. Welcome back to the fandom. Smiles all around. Everything is awesome. I don't know how I shade. I kind of just like think about it. I'm using 3D chess mechanics and thinking about them in 3D, but even then I like am not really that great at it. I actually think that these should probably be still darker. Just to have them pop a little bit. Plants. I feel like there probably isn't that many plants in the SkyClan Gorge. I mean, there probably is, honestly. I don't see how there couldn't be plants in, like, a dried out gorge that has a river running through it. Like, even if it's a sandy gorge, I feel like there'd still be plant life. I don't know. It's my picture. I can do what I want. Oh yeah, I wanted to finish crawling the cats on the bottom of the cliff. There's only 2 left. Let's finish those up. We have Wasp Whisker, who has like the hardest name in Warrior Cats to say. Wasp Whisker has this like insane scar on his belly. Actually, I don't need him on my screen. I'll just put him to the side while I work. Man, for some reason, I am burping up my coffee, and it's very strange. He has like a... Actually, I'm gonna get rid of his hair lick. He's smooth. Okay, see ya, Calvin. Have a good day. It's pretty early, so I guess it's almost 2 o'clock my time. I think this guy was deputy for like 0.5 seconds. If I'm remembering correctly. He is so bald. Yeah, he was deputy right after Sharpclaw and right before Hawkwing. How does he die? How does he die? Hello, checkers. A loaf of cornbread and 5 pieces of bacon? Okay, the bacon I can understand. How in the heck did you eat an entire loaf of cornbread? I feel like my mouth would just, like, be like the Sahara Desert. Cornbread makes my mouth so dry. Oh, a mini loaf. Oh, he gets taken by 2 legs. Oh, does he get taken with Pebble Shine? Well, I'm glad Wasposker is out there living his best life. Actually, I am gonna give him. He's Pookie. The definition of deputy. Sharpclaw was like everything that Tiger Claw could have been as a deputy if he wasn't like pure evil. I would say definition of deputy for me is like Sunfall, Sunstar, or something like that. Lionheart. Yeah, Checkers. I feel like that's kind of how Firestar sees him, and he's like narrating Firestar's quest. And so I feel like that's why he's got like... Because he's like, oh man, he's really ambitious. Like I remember immediately when he was like, Leaf Star is gonna be leader, he was like, oh man, I hope Sharpclaw doesn't get angry and start a rebellion. So it's like also Firestar is the one that's kind of like being like, doesn't he remind you of someone? Like a certain someone, you know? Yeah, that's basically Firestar like any time that he picks a deputy. He's like, man, I hope this doesn't turn out to be Tigerclaw and they kill me in my sleep. That would suck. Anyway, Brambleclaw. Like, I'm pretty sure he has to wait for a sign from StarClan to, like, make Brambleclaw his deputy. Because he's like, not so sure about that deputy business. Bro, Firestar's entire life, he's just, like, gloating over the fact that he was right about Tiger Star. He's like, I was right and you guys were wrong. And so that's how it is. Deal with it. I'm leader now. Smile. Just kidding. I love Firestar. Yes, 2 grays on him. One thing that I do appreciate about some of the newer books, I think it's in Leopard Star's honor, where there's a scene towards the end of the book where Leopard Star is hearing he's hearing Firestar's like monologue on all the things that Tiger Star has done to ThunderClan. And it like explains Tiger Star's like actions everywhere, like why he was exiled and all that stuff. And hearing it with like Leopard Star's perspective is just like so funny, because she's like, wow, yeah, that makes more sense than what he told me. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. Because through the whole book, he's just like gaslighting Leopard Star and being like, this is actually what happened. And she's like, you're so right, I believe you. Sharpclaw versus Hawkfrost. I don't know. I'm sure Hawkfrost probably could have dragged Sharpclaw to the water and drowned him. He really does, Kaya. He really does. I feel like Phoenix Wright is a little bit more stupid than Firestar. But actually, honestly, like, in the Apollo Justice series, he's not as stupid. So I think that he does feel more like Firestar, like old, like in the newer 3. Hey, Marui. Or Matt Yuri. There it is. I like slurred it all together. Disappointed dad energy, definitely. Can you guys... I don't know. People are always going on about how, like, Ferncloud and Dustpelt are problematic because they, like... Fernpaw was his apprentice. First of all, she didn't start off as his apprentice. But also, Sharpclaw and Cherrytail, like, Cherrypaw was Sharpclaw's apprentice, so, like... Hey, Delphino. I'm sorry if I, like, pronounce your name wrong. Whenever I see your name, I think of the Delphino from Super Mario Sunshine. Hay fever and period. That is a double whammy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Sharpclaw and Cherrytail are Pebble Shines. No, Sharpclaw and Cherrytail are Hawkwing's parents. I know. It's like Cherrytail and Cloudmist. Cloudmist is Hawkwing's other sister. Or maybe it was Blossomheart. One of Hawkwing's sisters and Cherrytail stay behind in Hawkwing's journey to, on Barley's farm. And then during A Vision of Shadows, they go back and get them. But they never appear in the allegiances after they, like, grab them. And they've, like, never been mentioned afterward. So, like, I don't know what they were thinking. They need to add them back to the allegiances so that they can remember that they exist. Hawkwing, I feel like I want to reread his book. Honestly, I want to reread A Vision of Shadows. Except for The Apprentice Quest. I hate The Apprentice Quest. Like, the worst book. Probably, like, one of the worst mainline series books. Okay, Freckle. Freckle-wish. Hey, Mukhtar. I don't remember Hawkwing particularly interesting me when I read his book, though. Like, he's not a very, I don't know, he's just like a dude that's kind of angry all the time until he's not angry anymore. He's definitely very himbo, though. Like, when I designed him, I was like, this man is really handsome and really stupid at the same time. From fandom osmosis. I mean, if you ask around pretty quickly, you can find the books. For rental from your buddies. From your buddy's personal library, Smile. He is like himbo. Him and Lion Blaze are like the most himbo characters in all of Warrior Cats. And I mean, if it's okay to have another opinion, but I will never accept anything else as my own opinion. Because those two are super himbo. All of our old Warrior books. That's awesome. I have been looking for probably about a year that I have known these have existed. I have been looking for the special edition dual books of the first two arcs. Like, they had released special editions of, like, pairs. So, like, the first two books in one whole book. And, like, the third and fourth book in one whole book, and I've been looking for them because I'm like, I need these in my collection. And I have not been lucky. I found them on eBay, but they were like 50 bucks a pop, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. I want to find them like naturally in like a half-price books or something. Super edition about Hawkfrost or Ashfur. I feel like that they would do novella. Well, I don't think they'll do anything else with Hawkfrost. I thought that they would make a novella set about like Dark Forest back like stories. Like Silverhawk, Ashfur, and Snowtuff. But I don't think that they're doing any novellas anymore because they like don't sell. Do you guys think if I fed... I am like... Before I say this, let me preface that I am joking and I don't support AI to be used in this way. But do you guys think if I fed an AI program every single Warrior Cat book and then I told them to write me a novella about Snowtuff, do you think it would actually like write me a novella? Not sure how AI actually works, to be honest. But I think that would be hilarious. To see if the AI could write a Warrior Cat book. It would be bad. I mean, it would probably be bad if, like, one of the authors wrote it, too, so. This is also the truth. Tough Snow? Yeah, I mean, I'd have to proofread it. But, I mean, I'd probably have to feed it, like, write me a story about Snowtuft who betrays his leader. And, I'd probably have to give it the plot synopsis for it to write something. I, like, might as well just write it myself at that point. That's what I don't understand about AI. I'm like, just draw it yourself. Just write it yourself. Is it a little close? It's like, it doesn't say that I'm peeking. It says that I am, like at the top of the green, and like every once in a while I go into yellow. Yeah, Mukhtar, I honestly think that the novellas are fine. Like, for the most part, there's not really ones that stand out. I mean, there's like a couple that stand out as really good, and there's quite a few that stand out as like really bad. But, I mean, most of them were just like neutral. Yeah, Saffron. I'm not particularly interested in anything generated by AI. But I think it would be funny to see how badly it could write a Warrior Cat book. I remember the Willy Wonka experience. I'm waiting for some video essays on the Willy Wonka experience. I need an in-depth 2-hour-long video essay on that scam. Yeah. I mean, I feel like they might make more graphic novels. I could see them making graphic novel, like, novella sets. But of course, they'd have to pay artists to actually make those. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait like a month for everyone to do their research before I find the big, meaty, juicy 2-hour video essays on the topic. This is when I go, why don't I just make one myself? And then I'm like, nah, someone else will do it. Oh yeah, Kaya. I mean, that's what a lot of the strikes were about last year for like artists and like writers unions, was that people wanted companies to not replace them with AI. Two-hour AI essay about AI, that'd be hilarious. Oopsies. What did I put in here then? What is this? Nothing. Oh, the Willy Wonka guy? Ah. Yeah, they're coming out with a graphic novel of the first 2 books, and then the second 2 books. Like, each graphic novel is gonna have 2 books in it. I'm not sure how many pages it's gonna be. When does Wind come out? Hold on, I'm resting my hand really quick, because I've been drawing for an hour. Wind comes out the 2nd of April. Oh wow, it's close. Like a week. Breaking Bad, Warrior Cats AU, that sounds terrifying. Also, I feel like the demographics of each of those shows do not overlap as much as... I mean, I've watched Breaking Bad, and I read Warrior Cats, but I'm definitely in the minority of this group of people. Hi, Feather. Okay, so the bottom of the cliff cats are done. So we just need to finish the racing cats, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cats. And then the cats around the river, which is a lot more cats than that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cats. Man, there's so many cats in SkyClan. There are so many cats. Here, I'll pull down. We have... Oh, there are like 40 cats in ThunderClan. Actually, let me... Okay. While I take a break with my hand and rest it for like 5 minutes, I will tell you guys my next plan for my picture that I pulled over to this computer. So... Actually, let me share my screen. So, the next picture I want to do is a Tribe of Rushing Waters cave, right? So the first thing that I decide with when I'm like, okay, I want to do the Tribe of Rushing Water. I want to do their cave. The first thing that I do is I figure out exactly where in the timeline I want to add this picture be. And I thought that the most interesting time would be during dawn. During dawn, you have the four gathering. You have the four great journey. You have the great journey. So you have the four clans and you have the tribe, and they're all in the cave. So then I go to the Warriors Wiki, and I try to deduce who is all alive, what their ranks are, and I have them all in this document. And after I've found, like, these are definitely the tribe cats that are alive during dawn. Some of them aren't definitely alive. Some of them I kind of like extrapolated, like, based on... There's a couple cats that appear in Outcasts that act like they were alive in dawn. So I'm like, okay, you guys can be added if you want to be, I extrapolated, like, who I thought the apprentices and the kits would be. Yada, yada, yada. And then I went down, and there's a great journey. Here, I'll show you. So there's a great journey page on the wiki that has all of the cats that took part in the great journey. Yeah, they are Austin. And so I copy-pasted this because I'm like, okay, so these cats are definitely in the Great Journey. And then I kind of extrapolated a little bit again to, like, cats that appear. So, like, Snowpaw right here is Snowbird, who appears as a full-grown warrior in the site. Like, she just randomly appears. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll make her an apprentice during the Great Journey. Or in RiverClan, Reedpaw disappears. So I kind of added him back in because he does go on the Great Journey, yada yada yada. I'm like, you know. So when I'm finished extrapolating and everything, I get to that there would be 100 cats in this picture. Now, this particular picture, I probably won't add every single one of these cats, and I've highlighted the ones that I definitely want to add because they wouldn't be... I don't think that they would be prevalent in any other picture. So, like, I want to add the Teller of Pointed Stones, definitely. Brook where small fish swim, Crag, you know, like all those. I probably want to add Night. Night's one of the ones that appears during Outcast. And I'm like, okay, well, Ashfur, Rainwhisker, and Sootfur aren't going to be in any other picture, so I definitely want them to be in this one, you know? And then, so I've got my whole list of cats that I think could populate this picture. Here's my whole list. I don't think all of them will be in the picture. Here's my description. So I went through Dawn and Moonrise to get, like, a proper description of the cave. Because Dawn and... in the second book, they were still, like, pretty good about describing landscapes. So I, like, highlighted all of the, like, specific stuff. Yada yada. And then... so... then I started making... This is where you guys come in. So I started making thumbnails of the cave. I've made 3 different variations so far of thumbnails, and I'm not sure which one I'm gonna pick yet. So here's the first one, which would mostly just be... This was the first thumbnail I came up with, so I think it's one of the weaker ones. Here's the second thumbnail. Which would be kind of more of a fish island. Like, I think I could get more cats gathering in here. But it would be backlighted, which would be... It might be a little awkward because the only light source is coming from outside the cave. So it might be a little awkward to, like, get details on cats when they're being backlit. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards, like, exploring this thumbnail a little bit more, which gives you more emphasis on the light streaming in from the cave. Yeah, cool. He's just in, like, the background of the ShadowClan pic, so I feel like if I want to add him again to this picture, I'd want to make him a little bit bigger, just because he was very tiny in the first picture. And I don't... he's not in the ShadowClan Lake Camp picture. Yeah, so I like this one. I don't know if you can tell, because this one was, like, one of the quickest ones I did, but I like the idea of having, like, notches in the cave wall where, like, their nests are, and it kind of, like, goes up, like this. I think that could be interesting, and there'd be a lot of light around here to be able to, like, portray cats, like, with some amount of detail. Because it depicts off the book. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in the book, they say that their dens are just, like, on the cave wall, but I like the idea of them being, like, in the cave wall. Kind of like Swallow's Nest or something. I think that'd be interesting. So I think I'm leaning towards the third one. This is why you do multiple thumbnails, people, because this was the third thumbnail I picked, and that's the one that I think I prefer. I did these a couple days ago, too, so I've been, like, looking at them every single day. Just to, like, get a feel. But one thing that I didn't realize in the book, after I read the book and got a proper description, is that there is, like, a pool of water right here, which will be interesting. Like, there's a little pool of water where they, like, they eat and drink, and then there's, like, a little stream that comes from, like, the back of the cave. So that should be interesting. But yeah, I like the lines in this one. I'm, like, a little... I don't know, I'm a little worried that there's going to be so much negative space up here that I'm not going to be able to put any cats in. Like, I could move it up a little bit. Like, maybe up to here, and then I'd have, like, more space down here to, like, add some cats. I think so cool. That's kind of what I was reading in the books. Yeah, Kita. Yeah. That's kind of what I was feeling like. I thought this one was probably the strongest as an illustration. It has, like, the strongest guiding lines. I might modify... This is, like, part of the waterfall right here, but I might take that out and just, like... I mean, obviously, this is just a thumbnail. Like, I want to, render out details and stuff more, but yeah. So I'll work on that after I get done with this. Not get done with this, but, like, after I get tired of working on it for the time being today. Okay, let's draw some more kitty cats. Yeah, there is a path coming into the waterfall, like, in that... Hold on. Like, that's what this is right here. Eventually. That's like what my little sketch was. Yeah, cool. I was mostly thinking... I don't know if I really like... Oh gosh, how do you spell... MacGyver. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that thumbnail I was leaning towards. So I'll probably do a couple more thumbnails. Or I'll probably do a couple more like detail renderings of that thumbnail to see which one I'd actually... And I just kind of... My favorite part about this one is I like this line right here. Where it's like where the cave is. Like, I just like these lines. And then I could have, like, an important character right here that it's, like, going into. MacGyver. Yeah, I was reading that part in Moonrise this morning, like, trying to figure out what... Like, how did Feathertail get all the way up from the ceiling to jump off in Moonrise? And there's definitely, like, supposedly little cliff ledges that they, like, climb up to, like, ambush the mountain lion. And I was like, well, what if the cliff ledges just had their beds? He's not Austin. He doesn't believe in StarClan. Yeah, I don't think that they'll... Like, the silly names came from them, like, modifying pet names. So, like, Bella Leaf is just Bella, and then Billy Storm. Harvey Moon. MacGyver's just his name. That was his, like, pet name. Well, he's in the Dark Forest because Ashfur found his spirit. That's like how they explain it. He found his spirit wandering in like a ghost and he invited them into the Dark Forest. So he didn't go there. He just like winds up there because Ashfur drags him in. Yeah, Ditzy. I actually have Shadow Clan's Lake Camp sketched out. I also want to do 4 trees. I have 4 trees sketched out that I'm in the process of like sketching out the character placements for 4 trees. But yeah, I want to do the lake cams next. I think I settled on time frames for all the lake camps, so that has been decided already. Yeah, I really like doing the illustrations like this, so... I also want to do one of the Gathering Island and Moonstone. And I want to touch up my moon pool one. Yeah, cool. I have to get them all printed for my... I'm gonna be selling at a convention in June, so I'm gonna place another order for a couple more types of prints, and when I place those, I'll put them on my store, because why not? I have all the supplies to, like, ship out any size of print, so... He looks so bold. He looks like the baldest man. I've got to give him a little... The thing with the Moonpool one is I've gotten test prints of the Moonpool, and it's just so dark right now. I need to lighten it up, and when I drew the Moonpool illustration, I didn't draw it with CMYK, which is like the, which is the color preset you use when you're, like, printing out pictures. And so the blues in the Moonpool drawing are very hard to print properly. Doing the Barley Barn. People have definitely asked me to do Blood Clans like camp. Barley's Barn, I did concept work for Barley's Barn for Werecats Animated. So I'd be worried. I don't know if I really have a proper... I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to doing Barley's Barn. I've definitely thought about it. I'd just be worried that my illustration would look too much, because they haven't done concept. They haven't finalized the concept for Barley's Farm for Werecats Animated, so I don't want to do like an illustration with my concept of it until I get the okay. If they, I mean, they might not pick my concept, obviously, for multiple concepts. I just have to, I'm just gonna wait on that one. But yeah, I'd like to do a Barley and Ravenpaw, because I didn't manage to add Ravenpaw in any of these pictures. And I would like to have one with Ravenpaw. Yeah, Bird, I'm on the style team. I do concept work, color keys, and I do backgrounds, background layouts and everything. Yeah, it's been where I've gotten most of my, this is Honeytail. It's been where I've gotten most of my community interactions with Werecats, through the past year, as everyone in there is pretty, like, older and it's a lot less drama. Yeah. I'm surprised no one has asked me to do like a StarClan hunting ground picture. I mean, I've definitely thought about like how I would design StarClan's hunting grounds. But I don't have any actual ideas. I don't even know who I would add into a StarClan hunting ground picture. It'd just be like a hot mess. Or like no one's asked me to do a dark forest picture. Austin. Right on time. I'm sure I could come up with a pretty interesting illustration depicting both at the same time. Yeah, the Dark Forest one would be more interesting because I'd be able to add some cats that I didn't have a chance to draw at all that are like fan favorites, like Maple Shade, Broken Star I'd be able to add. Hawkfrost is going to be in the tribe one, but he could probably be pretty prominent in the Dark Forest. Snow Tuft, I'd be able to add like all of the Dark Forest cats because I could do it during like the trainees. Thea Checkers, like during Omen of the Stars. I don't know what I would do for a StarClan picture, though. Like, if I was gonna do a StarClan one, then I'd probably do it at the same time. Well, the Dark Forest one, I'd almost have to do it during Omen of the Stars, because every other time you see Dark Forest cats, they're like, they don't interact with each other. There'd only be like one cat any other time. Yeah, the trainees part would definitely be the most interesting. But what would also be interesting is doing like the trainee section and then have like the medicine cats and like the other half of the section like talking to StarClan. Yeah. Or you could do a StarClan during a 9 Lives ceremony. Like I could do StarClan during Firestar's 9 Lives or something like that. I think it'd be an interesting dichotomy to like do a dual picture of like half Dark Forest and half StarClan. Well, I guess you don't even need to do a duel. You could just do like dueling prints. And like one of them is like, I don't know. Yeah, Breezepelt will be in the WingClan Lake Camp, so. But Ant Pelt won't be in there. Hair Star, I actually, after figuring out Hair Paw just comes into fruition in the site. So I've decided that he was a kit that went on the Great Journey. So Hair Kit is going to be in the tribe picture. I actually headcanon that Sunbird. Because they first of all, they both show up as apprentices at the exact same time. I think that they really are brothers. I'm not even joking. Like, I don't think that would affect anything in canon either to make them brothers. And I think that would be very interesting if they, like, created that. And so I made Kestrel Kit and Hair Kit. They're able to be in the tribe picture as kits. Because this is my logic. In Dawn, there are unnamed kits of Wind Clan that Crowfeather is carrying. And I'm like, well, who would be kits at that time? It would obviously have to be... There's only one option, and it's Hairpaw and Kestrel Paw in the site are kits during that time. Because Willowpaw becomes an apprentice during the site, and she's a Willow Kit during the journey. So I'm like, my logic is sound. Yeah, I think that could make an interesting... Like, it's not like they've given Hairstar and Kestrel... What's his name? Kestrel Wing? Kestrel Flight? Yeah, Kestrel Flight. Any, like, defining characteristics. So you might as well make them brothers. Okay, this is Rabbit Leap. Honestly, Austin, I have thumbnails of that scene that I was going to do an illustration of. And I used the thumbnail of that scene in, I actually used the colors of that thumbnail in my StarClan's chosen thumbnail for that scene. Like when I did the concept of it. It's really old now. But I don't know. I do like that scene because I really like Stonefur. But I don't really have any desire to like... The thumbnail's pretty old now, and I actually don't really like the composition that much. So I'd have to probably redo it. Although it is one of my favorite scenes in The Darkest Hour, so if I continue my illustration series where I draw my favorite scenes from each book, then that's probably the scene that I would pick for Darkest Hour. So, I don't know, maybe I will. No, Blackstar did not hesitate. That's like part of his book, his novella. He's like, I didn't hesitate because my leader asked me to. Sorry. Awkward meeting in StarClan. Honestly, Blackstar's novella is what I wish more novellas would be like. It was very simple and a good read. Like, I feel like a lot of novellas just try to, like, tell too big of a story for them to be, decently written. But, like, an entire novella that's just dedicated to, like, a 9 Lives ceremony is fun. And, like, that's why Maple Shade's Vengeance is, like, a good novella, because it doesn't tell Maple Shade's entire story, it just tells a specific moment in her life. Thanks, Foxflower. That's why I feel like the Dark Forest, well, depending on how they're written, the Dark Forest ones could be pretty good. That's crazy. I didn't think about it like that, Sunbird. I mean, technically, Monkey Star visits the Moonstone. So, checkmate. Hey, Lavok. Actually, I think that she doesn't actually have a leader ceremony. But they definitely speak to their ancestors in that cave still. I also think Greywing is probably, like, in my mind, Greywing is the one that created StarClan. Like, he is the leader of StarClan. And he has... I mean, technically we don't know because we've never seen Clear Sky. We've never seen Clear Sky or Shadow Star's leader ceremony, but it's heavily implied that he gives each of those leaders one of their 9 lives. And I would assume that he gives, like, Owl Eyes a life because he was his, like, adopted father and all this stuff. So he probably has given the most amount of lives of any StarClan cat, in my opinion. But we know he gave one to Windrunner, River Ripple, and Thunder. Whoops. Yeah, Fox. I feel like the Shadow Star one is, like, pretty poorly paced. Like, I honestly feel like Shadow Star's novella probably could have been a well-written Super Edition. And it would have been interesting to see her paranoia through the entire book and to have the reveal. Because it just goes by really, really, really quick, Shadowstar's life. Ravenpelt has been confirmed to become the next leader. He is shown with his leader's name in the Ultimate Guide, the newest edition. It has also been confirmed that Clear Sky was the next leader to lose all of his lives. And at this point, now that we know that Sparrowtail or Sparrowpel is the one that succeeds Clear Sky as leader of SkyClan, we know we have confirmed every single second leader of the clans. So we had Riverstar, and then we have Nightstar, and then I don't think we know who the last leader was to die. I would guess it's probably like Thunder. Thunder or Rivers. Well, no, because Riverstar has lost a lot of lives. He loses quite a few lives in his Actually, I think he only loses like 2 or 3 in his Super Edition. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... I think it was probably Thunderstar, because he was the youngest of all the leaders. But yeah, so we have Owlstar, Sparrowstar, Nightstar, Ravenstar, and Gorgestar are the second leaders of every single clan. Which I thought was interesting. That we, like, had confirmation. I think Sparrow was the last one that we needed confirmation of. No, this is Reed... Who is this? Creek Feather. Yeah, I also like the bird motif because 3 of the leaders have bird in their name. We have Raven, Owl, and Sparrow. So I like the bird motif we got going on. I do not have it. I do have an Instagram, I think, Lebok, but I don't post on it. So I would say no. I've only used it to, like, because I had to make an Instagram account to contact people who applied for, like, a map. Like, the StarClan Chosen map. I had to make an account because they only gave me an Instagram and I couldn't message them without an account. I haven't posted anything on it. Next River Clan leader. I think it's gonna be Icewing. I think that the most interesting timeline to see would be if they go forward in the future. I would love if they continued Dawn of the Clans and they went back to the forest. But they will not do that because Dawn of the Clans did not sell well. I believe that the next arc is just going to be a direct continuation of the timeline. Because they've already said that Ivy Pool's Heart, the next Super Edition, is going to set up for the 9th arc. And Ivy Pool's Super Edition happens concurrently with the 5th and 6th books of this series. So they have confirmed that the next arc will just be a continuation of the same timeline. They said they will never do an arc or like a super edition on the tribe because this is their like reasoning. They said that there's nothing, the scenery in the mountains is too boring for them to write an entire book about, but I'm like, you never even describe the scenery. So, what are you guys on? They would never do something so crazy, Freakivore. Here I was thinking that Icewing really was a red herring and she was going to be the mastermind behind everything. Because I thought that would be a cool twist. And she actually has motive. But no. They were like... Splashtail. I really don't think Frostpaw's gonna be leader. I don't even know if she's gonna get her freaking full warrior or medicine cat name by the end of the series. Like, she's literally only like 9 months old. I think Icewing's the most logical pick because she has been active. She's been an active member of the ARC. People know her. She was a Dark Forest. I think it'd be interesting for her to be leader because that would mean that everybody except for Leaf Star and Squirrel Star were Dark Forest trainees together. Well, actually, so in my mind, Ivy Star is going to happen pretty soon. So then we get Ivy Star, Tiger Star, Hair Star, and Ice Star. And all 4 of them were Dark Forest trainees, which I think is cool. They can all be like buddy-buddies. Waffles should be leader, but you know they won't do that. Obviously, Monkey Star should be leader of River Clan, but they would never take my advice. Yeah, she was told not to choose someone obvious by her own dreams. I thought that was the whole point. Like, it was like she wasn't actually getting a message from StarClan. She was just like, and in her own dreams, she was like, choose someone that's not obvious, smile. Like, the first time she actually talked to StarClan was when she, it was when she, was witnessing herself, like, in Reedfeather's body, or, like, in the killer's body as they were killing Reedfeather. So anything before that she dreamed was just her getting manipulated into dreaming it. Thanks, cool. He, like, completely disappears after SkyClan's Destiny. So he's probably, like, he's not actually in the manga, but I like his design, so I always add him. Whenever I can. River Clan's not gonna disband. You guys are putting a lot of faith. After the Splashtail reveal, I realized, like, you gotta Occam's Razor, Warrior Cats. The simplest answer is often the right answer. There are no red herrings. You guys are all like, Icewing, she's too obvious. Well, I thought Splashtail was too obvious, and they still went with him, so... I want Sneeze Star so bad. Well, Havenpelt is Splashtail's mom, I think. And Havenpelt has kittens. In the new book? Yeah. So yeah, Havenpelt is Splashtail's mom, and she has kits in the newest book. Like, she's gonna have kittens. So he's gonna have brothers and sisters. Exciting. So when he goes to the Dark Forest, he's gonna have people he can train. Petal Nose, I believe, dies in A Vision of Shadows. Let me double check. I believe she dies during, like, a Dark Tales raid. Oh, never mind. I'm talking about Petal, I'm thinking of Petal Fur, not Petal Nose. Petal Nose is in this picture. She's probably dead. She's up here. It's not really, like, well written, because it's implied to happen, like, it's implied that Hawkwing's journey happens really close to the SkyClan manga, but it doesn't actually happen that close. There's, like, a 3-year gap between SkyClan and the Stranger and Hawkwing's journey. So, a lot of cats that disappear, they probably just died. Well, I'm pretty sure Hawkwing's probably gonna be the next leader of SkyClan. He has his own Super Edition. Leafstar is now the oldest leader alive right now. Actually, Havenpelt's Splashtail siblings' new kits have, since Wind has been leaked, we know their names. I can tell you their names. I'm gonna have to draw them. Sigh. We want to go into unreleased characters. No spoilers, not even their names? Sunbird? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 kittens that were born in Wind. So 6 kittens that I'm gonna have to draw. 3 in Wind Clan and 3 in River Clan. And there's a kit that was born in Wind Clan that I feel like they're prefects. I've never seen it before, and they're gonna be the next protagonist. I'm just saying. Echo Song is not still alive. I think all of Wind was leaked, Sam. I haven't read it. I just looked on the unreleased character section to, like, to get, like, ahead of the game on the Werecat Design blog I usually check to see. Like, I can tell that there are some kittens that become apprentices, and I'm gonna have to draw apprentice pics for them and stuff like that. But I try not to, like, get any plot spoilies. Okay, we're looking up Sandy. Sandy Knows, I think his name is? Yeah. Actually, they become apprentices in the next book, Foxflower. Spot first kids become apprentices. Those are the ones. I don't know who their, I don't know who their mentors are, though. I just know that they get their apprentice names. This guy's always running. Oh, hey, Robbie. I don't know if he'll be mentor. I feel like they'd probably get Sunbeam to be a mentor. Yeah, cool. I feel ya. I picked the SkyClan manga specifically because it has, like, all the old cats in it, but it also has Soul in it, which I was like, I want Soul to be in one of these pictures. That is true, Fox, but we arguably have the best kit left. Mouse Whisker is, like, for absolutely no reason at all, one of my favorite minor characters ever. I feel like I've just adopted him into my own family. I want to draw his eyes. He's so tiny. I'm gonna have to sketch him out. If you set the broadcast to ×2 speed, you will see the future. God, I wish I could do that and then I could draw this picture twice as fast. Really big with always closed eyes. I love that. I kind of imagine he just has really tiny whiskers. Yeah, Fox, I agree. She's like, I think she holds the record for the amount of cats with, like, the most amount of apprentices. She had, like, 7 apprentices. It sounds like you just need to get new favorites legendary. Petal is good. There are a lot of good minor characters in Dawn of the Clans. Crystal. Every time I see Toast Up a Rose Petal, I can hear the gathering from Omen of the Stars animated. Toad Step, Rose Petal. I think I got every single voice actor to just record a line for that. Every time I think about Omen of the Stars, I remember how I freaking voice acted Squirrel Flight and Ivy Pool or Ivy Paw in the my first iteration. I didn't in the second one. I didn't voice any characters. I hate voice acting. Chernovezed. I don't plan on doing the Dawn of the Clans camps. My floor trees picture is during Dawn of the Clans. So it has all the Dawn of the Clans cats in it. Some of my favorite designs are River Ripple's design. That's why he's the icon of the block. And I like my darks. I like my dark tail. I like my blue star. I like my clear sky and gray wing. I like all of my leader designs, like my founding leaders. I'm quite partial to my tiger heart design. I like my ivy pool and dove wing design. This is... No, it's not. This is, Finleap's dad. Twig Branches, BFF. BF. My favorite completed one is probably the ThunderClan one currently. It's the guy that held a vigil for his torn off tail. How did I even... I think that your message got removed, Fox. I, like, saw it for a split second, and then it, like, disappeared. Together. I don't know how I imagined his back to work. That's literally how I feel right now, cool. I'm like, how in the heck did I connect his back design? And it's like, I'm drawing him super tiny, so I want to simplify it at the same time, and I'm just like, what is happening? Supervision about a villain. I feel like that would sell pretty well, actually. I don't know why they don't, like, do more super editions about the villain characters. I feel like the fandom would eat it up. He just looks a little bit too complicated for how tiny he is. I think I'm gonna simplify his back marking to... I keep on... Oh, that's on a different layer. Hmm. Make him have a back stripe. It's like implied that any StarClan cat could have done what Asher did, but like none of them actually do it. Yeah, I don't know how he got that power. Don't question it. It's like implied that any StarClan cat could like inhabit your body, but like most of them know that that's inherently wrong to do. It's like, because you get his point of view at the beginning of A Light in the Mist. It was separate cool because of the way that I copy-pasted it into the file. It's not actually separate on the picture. Okay, only one more cat in the background. I feel like there's... oh, I think Honeypaw is an apprentice in this picture. I'm pretty sure that Honeypaw, Sandypaw, and Birdpaw were all apprentices together. Okay, give me a second. Let me stretch. There is a short story, Fox, in the Ultimate Guide, the newest edition, the one that just came out like last year, that has, it's a short story about Clear Sky losing his last life and, like, him arriving in StarClan. I think that's the closest that you could get to seeing something like that. And it's a really funny short story. It's like Skystar saves one of Thunder's kits at a gathering or whatever. And he dies from like a dog bite or something. And he gets into StarClan and Greywing's like, that was an admirable way to die, like losing your last life, saving another cat. And Clear Sky's like, that's funny, send me back. And then it's like implied that Clear Sky didn't keep track of how many lives he was losing through his leadership. And it's really funny because Shadowstar like makes fun of him. She's like, bro, did you not even like keep track of how many lives you were losing? You're crazy. That was your last one. And then he freaks out. It's funny. That's a short story. I think that's like one of the... There's that short story, and then there's a short story with Firestar and Greystripe, like, in ShadowClan, in StarClan. Those are like the only two new stories in the Ultimate Guide. Yeah, Fox. You're right. I am not denying this. You see how I, like, copied and pasted the picture? Whoever asked, like, why? The other cats... Because it's, like, the way that I shaded was in pure black. And I just copy-paste it and, like, erase... It doesn't, like, do transparency right. Yeah. I'm just using it for colors anyway, so... It's just because I don't have the actual PNGs of these cats on this computer. I'd have to plug in my external hard drive to grab, like, the PNGs, and I don't feel like doing it, so I'm just copying and pasting them from the blog, and it doesn't do transparency correct when I just, like, copy it like that. StarClan is biased, but also I feel like Clear Sky didn't really do anything that warranted him going to the Dark Forest. I don't think Juniperclaw did either. But you know. Yeah, he killed Misty, who was not, who was a rogue. And it's not like he abandons the kittens. Yeah. I am not denying that he killed cats. I just don't think it warrants him being in the Dark Forest. Because he didn't kill cats for, like, the fun of it, or, like, to gain power. And he didn't kill, like, his own cats. Clear Sky did not murder more cats than Tiger Star. Oh my gosh. Also, Greywing killed Fox. So, Greywing deserves to be in the Dark Forest too. Thunder or Shadowstar killed somebody during the the first battle. Everyone, but it's like didn't kill them for like ambition's sake or anything. I think. I think it's implied. I don't know why Snowtuff would get into the Dark Forest. Just like pick a code and like pick the most heinous way to like not follow it. I think it's kind of implied that if Juniperclaw would have like lived longer and actually like made up for the fact that he tried to poison a SkyClan cat, he probably wouldn't have gone to the Dark Forest. Honest to God, him saving Shadow Kit is probably what led him into the Dark Forest, because he never got a chance to like make up for the fact that he tried to kill a SkyClan cat. Also, I honestly think that they should have let him become a StarClan cat in Light in the Mist, but that was just me. I thought that was like the stupidest move ever. I also thought it was kind of a cop-out to like have Snowtuff die. Double die. I like when people come into my chat and try to, like, convince me that Clear Sky was an inherently, like, just as bad as Tiger Claw. I find that very amusing. Just, like, theory questions. Like, me, the person that's actually done multiple projects with Clear Sky in them. An avid Clear Sky enjoyer. Yeah, Snowtuft being like... I feel like Juniper Claw probably could have convinced StarClan that some cats deserve to go into StarClan after they've, like, done, like, their time out in the Dark Forest, if Snowtuft was still alive to help him. I also like Dawn of the Clans. An avid Dawn of the Clans enjoyer. Oh, hold on, my chat crashed. There we go. Hi, Ivy. Okay, I didn't see that. Maybe he died with a head injury, and that's why he doesn't remember anything. I don't know. It's, like, implied that Snowtuft is, like, a really old cat. Like, he's been in the Dark Forest for a very long time, and that's why he doesn't, like, remember. Yeah, Fox, that's how I feel. I don't want to, like, tell people, like, Clear Sky was not a good cat, but that's what makes him interesting. That he's not a good cat, you know? Don't really like all the tangents that happen. At Wait, are you implying that Thistleclaw had good intentions, but he went about it the wrong way? I mean, Thistleclaw literally trained in the Dark Forest, though. Like, the Dark Forest probably didn't even exist when Clear Sky died. I mean, I guess it probably did, but... I mean, it did. Because... the Errands have suggested that One Eye, who's, like, the villain in the 4th book of Dawn of the Clans, was, like, the first Dark Forest resident. Hey, Forest. I want him like this way. I feel like Frecklepaw and Wasp Whisker are like really freaking big. Yeah, I've read Blue Star's Prophecy. I also feel like Frecklepaw and Waspisker being so close together and having the same exact pose is kind of freaking me out. I feel like she should be like down here. It looks very unnatural. I might redo Freckle Wish's pose later. I don't really like them being so close together and having like the same pose. They got like the same silhouette. Yeah, didn't Goosefeather see like Thistleclaws like with like literally soaked in blood, which was insane. That's an insane visual. Okay, let's start rendering the background again. Sad face. They basically saw how he died. Is that what that was implying? It kind of like... I thought it was just implying that that was... I thought that it was like, that's how ThunderClan's gonna be if Stencil Star happens. I don't have to be this zoomed in. You think that's what he implied, Ivy? I really don't think that's like what he implied. Here, I'll actually go to the Omens page on the wiki. And I will show you. We want omens. Here it is, gleaming blood. Thistleclaw's spiky pelt, gleaming and drenched with blood. It oozes from his fur, drips from his whiskers, and stains the snow. No other cat can see it except for Bluefur and Goosefeather. It is the vision of ThunderClan's path if Thistleclaw is to lead them, was the meaning. It's like, literally, that's not like, oh, he's a good cat. He just has bad ways of showing it. That's not what the omen said. You're implying other YouTubers' opinions with mine, though. I mean, that doesn't make it, like, any better of an opinion. I mean, it's fine. I definitely know people who enjoy Thistleclaw. And that's, like, I'm okay with that. Most people who like Thistleclaw don't like him during, like, they, like, liked him before Spotted Leaf's Heart. And, I mean, honestly, I do remember appreciating the fact that they didn't make him, like, totally evil because Snowfur likes him. So you know that there must be something in there that's, like, not all the way evil. So I definitely, like, I don't know. Like, I don't think he was evil just because he was evil. I think he just was, like, battle hungry. But I really don't think he was battle hungry for the right intentions. I think he just had bloodlust. Yeah, I remember that. Forest. That was interesting. Actually, I think... Yeah. Yeah, I think he just, like, really liked fighting. He was just, like, obsessed with being strong. And he wanted to be leader because that's, like, the strongest cats are leaders. And I feel like if he was leader, he would just, like, almost become, like, a Broken Star type of leader where he wouldn't care about anything except for, like, training cats and stuff. Yeah, we don't talk about Spotted Leaf's Heart. I think collectively as the fandom, we never talk about Spotted Leaf's Heart. No, Cairo. I think that if he had... I honestly think him and Thistleclaw trained in the Dark Forest at night. So even if he had a different mentor in the daytime, he would have still trained with Thistleclaw in the Dark Forest at night. Spotted Leaf's Heart's not only, like, just poorly written, it just, like, has no continuity with anything else. Like, it's implied in Spotted Leaf's Heart that Spotted Leaf was around when Blue Star gave away her kittens, and that's not what happens. I don't think Spotted Leaf was even born yet. It's just, like, crazy. Yeah, Shmoo. They did that with, like, Red Tail's novella, too. Sometimes I feel like it's like, ugh. Like, okay. Actually, this is gonna bother me tremendously if I don't look this up. Let's go to Blue Star's Prophecy. Okay, technically speaking, Spotted Kit is born before Blue Star gave away her kits. Spotted Leaf is born the 5th year before Firestar. And Stonefur, Misty Star, and Mosskit are born in the 3rd year before Firestar. That doesn't make it any more okay. No, Fox. I don't think they will. Not unless Jayfeather dies. See ya, Kit Raptor. I like how it's implied that Spotted Leaf is like a really young cat in Firestars in the first arc, but she's like actually like 5 years old. She's like one of the older cats in the clans at that point. Or in ThunderClan. Lion Blaze is not dead yet. None of the Power of 3 protagonists. Well, I guess Hollyleaf died. But none of the, like, Omen of the Stars protagonists are dead. Do I ever wonder how Jayfeather is gonna die? Angry. I don't know. I guess Jayfeather probably could retire as a medicine cat. If he wanted to. For some reason, I feel like Jayfeather would just get murdered. Is that weird? I feel like the most likely way that Jayfeather's gonna die is that someone's gonna murder him. I don't know why, but that's just how I feel. I don't think Lion Blaze is immortal. I honestly just think that they're really scared of killing off protagonists, like off screen or in like ways that isn't like a major plot point. So they like don't do it, and that's when they just become like background characters that nobody remembers that are even alive. Oh, I still think that Mothwing's gonna be dead by the end of the arc as well, Fox. I think that is very likely. She's been like a major player in the last 2 arcs. Like a major minor character, if that makes sense. And so I think that she's probably getting ready to be offed. She's like one of the oldest cats in the clans right now. Although I think the oldest cats living currently are in ThunderClan. But that's because they never kill off, like, beloved characters. I don't know. I think she's accepted that she's a medicine cat apprentice at this point. I don't really think that she's, like, gonna be forced to be a medicine cat apprentice. I think she's just gonna pick it at this point. Okay, I wanted to... Yeah, Mosspelt's definitely the oldest cat living. But I don't think the Erins actually realize how old she is. Like, she's ancient. I want this rock to be above the waterline. Yeah, Mosspelt's an elder. RiverClan continues to have the oldest cats. Misty Star was older than her. She's not younger than Misty Star, but not by much. Like, she was an apprentice when Fire Paul was an apprentice. Mosspelt. And Mistyfoot was a full-grown warrior at that point. Genuinely, I don't think Growstar will happen. I think he'll just be a deputy, and that's it. Mosspelt was the cat that fostered Feathertail and Stormfur. Cinderheart. Yeah, she's kind of just like a background character now, sad face. Do I ever wonder what happened with Scourge? Not particularly, actually. Yeah, Scourge is like, I don't know, he's probably a ghost cat. If anything. Thanks, I draw stuff. Yeah, I believe that Mosspelt was the one that fostered them. Yeah, it's implied that cats that don't believe in like anything are just like in the ghost residence. The Ivy. Well, they explained the Darktail thing by, like, Ashfur was wandering around just, like, in the lake area, and he was finding all these spirits of ghost cats, and he was, like, bringing them into the Dark Forest. So that's how they, like, explain Darktail in the Dark Forest. It's kind of stupid. But it was literally just to get a scene of Darktail fighting Needle, Violet Shine and Needletail, so... Yeah, it was a weird scene. I feel like it didn't need to be added, but it was only added so that Needletail and Violet Shine could have, like, their comeuppance. Yeah. I mean, Scourge did kill Firestar, so he was, like, to Scourge, who doesn't know that they have 9 lives, like, he would imply, like... They kind of, like, do that again in Riverstar's home. Okay, now I have to figure out how fast I want this river to look like it's going. Because right now it just looks like a lake, right? Like there's nothing. Like, do I want it to go? I feel like it probably isn't flowing too fast. At least at this moment. Like, maybe just a couple of lines? These are just, like, sketching lines. Like, cats are drinking around it and stuff. I'm sure that it's, like, going... Like, only a couple... Like, if I did a couple of streams. Like, something like that. I mean... I don't know. Like... I almost feel like there's... It's definitely described... Do I have any tips for drawing water? Use a lot of layers. To, like, every single step that you do water, use a different layer. So that you can, like, edit each one. Like, I have a separate layer. So my first layer is, this is just the layer that has, like, where I want the water to go. And then I usually like try it out and like, maybe I'll try it on multiply or something like that. You know, like on this one, I just think I just settled with normal. And then I have another layer for like the shadows of rocks that'll happen. And then I have another layer for like the light source. This looks like really calm water though. And then I have another layer for like testing out rapids. Excuse me. Like this was one of the layers that I was like, oh, do I want it to be like, I don't know. Probably would put this on normal. And then I had another layer for testing out stream types. Like, I do the ripples on top. Because then it's easier for me to, like, modify the ripples. So all these sketches are, like, ripple types. Like, this one, I feel like it looks like it's going too fast, in my opinion. I mean, maybe not. I could probably render this one out and make it look decent. This one, I tried, but I tried this, like, way of doing the ripples so it looks like it's kind of cascading down. I don't really like that much. This newest one was, like, the most calm version that I just did. Yeah, I haven't really decided what I want to do with the ripples yet. All of the main strong antagonists lost because they didn't pay attention. Yeah, you're right. Whoopsie. I feel like Darktail just got outplayed. I'm like thinking of all the strong antagonists. Of course, they did have to lure him into, like, at the lake where, like, cats were coming out and, like, they had the element of surprise. So I guess you're right. Do you think Sleek Whisker will ever return? I genuinely thought that they would have her return in this arc, in a Starless Clan, but it doesn't seem like they will. So, yeah, I've always been of the mind that they will make Sleek Whisker return. And I will always assume that she is a backup villain that they have in their pocket until she shows up again. Idun. was like legitimately surprised that she didn't return at all yet. Because she's like one of the only villains that they've kind of not done anything with since her like minor appearance in A Vision of Shadows. And it's kind of implied that she like runs the gang of rogues that Darktail used to run. So, I don't know. And she's not dead, because I feel like if she was dead, she'd be in the Dark Forest. And we would have seen her. Soul returned as an old man. I'm not gonna lie, Soul's probably dead at this point. That dude got eaten. Probably by a fox. That, or he's just a kitty pet again. I'm tired of this music. It's getting too slow. Let's listen to... Chill Persona Music Volume 2. I think it'd be funny if... I guess it wouldn't be funny. But I legitimately thought Sleek Whisker would be the murderer. For a split second, I thought she would be the murderer in StarClan, and then it was not the case. Because I remember Frostpaw like seeing green eyes or something at one point, and I was like, oh, green eyes? Sleek Whisker has green eyes. Have you ever watched the Owl House? I have not. Didn't it win an award or something? I feel like I heard it, like, win an award at some point. The fans ruined any chance of me watching that? Are they really bad? Is it like an animated show, or is it a live action? Animated. It's a Disney show, so it's like Gravity Falls or something. I'm sure you've seen stuff from it. The only Disney show that I know right now is like KIF or something, and it's only because one of my buddies works on it. I haven't seen a single episode, though. Yeah, Casey works on it. So Casey was showing me a bunch of stuff for it when we hung out in New York. And I was like, oh, this is cute. So then I looked it up. Casey is my buddy. Name drop. Same buddy. I don't know if I know anyone else that works on it. I might have had one friend that worked on it, but apparently the studio is set in New York, and you have to like live in New York to work on the show for like union purposes, and my friend just moved to California, so I doubt she works on it anymore. No, it was Casey. It was Casey all along. Always has been. Yeah, Titmouse. But yeah, I vaguely remember hearing the name Owl House, so I'm sure I've seen fan art of it. But now I'm like scared. Toon said that the fandom's scary. Is it like a rabid fan base, or is it like the fan base is a lot more older and do questionable things with the source material? I'll send you strength, Toon. Whoosh. I own all the Warrior Cat minis, Fox. A lot of them I got for free. Ah, overzealous. My niece, the other day, I was like playing pretend sword fighting with her, and she was like, you need to watch this Disney movie because it's where I got all of my sword techniques from, and if you want to get as good as me, you're gonna have to watch the movie. And I was like, what? And so the movie that she mentioned was like Raya? And I need to watch that movie. I think that's the next animated movie on my docket. Because I have to learn how to sword fight. Like Raya, apparently. Yeah. She called her Araya. But when I looked it up and I was like showing her like the Disney movies, she pointed out the Raya movie. But apparently I could not even sword fight with her until I had done my research. I've never seen Coco. I haven't seen an animated Disney movie in so long. Like, let me tell you what the last animated Disney movie I saw was. I saw Moana. I think Moana was the last movie I saw. It is very important to research sword fighting. See, I was playing sword fighting like I was using a lightsaber. But this apparently is not good enough. Yeah, exactly, Cake. She was like, I was totally beating her. Of course, she's only like 7. Do you guys remember, talking about animated movies, do you guys remember that one about the racing snail? I forget what it was called, but I remember watching it and being like, this is crazy. Like, was that a real movie? Turbo! I remember it was just like on, I don't know, I think my sister was watching it on like Netflix or something, and I was like, what is this movie? It was not very good, if I remember correctly. Turbo was a terrible movie. I don't know why it just came into my head really quick. We were talking about animated movies. I think it was because me and my sister were like on an animated movie binge at one point, and we watched like Turbo and Princess and the Frog and like all of these movies that kind of came out after me and her would like go into theaters and watch them. Like we were past the demographic. And none of them were that great that we watched that day. Turbo made my eyes bleed. Was it that bad? I don't really remember it having any impact on me except for this is such a weird premise for a movie. Was Turbo a movie that Disney or Pixar came out with? Or was it a different studio? I'm typing it in right now, Turbo. Not TurboTax, go away. It was a DreamWorks movie. Oh my gosh, movie. Wait, who voice acted in this? What? Ryan Reynolds was the snail? You guys. This was Ryan Reynolds. There he is. You were a Slugterra kid? Okay, now I gotta look up Slugterra. Slugterra. Oh god, it's a real thing. I thought you were memeing on me. This is not... Oh, they have like Pokemon slugs. The third most significant RiverClan cat after Crooked Star and Leopard Star. Like, in the entirety of Arc 1, or probably Silverstream. And then after that is Mistyfoot. Silverstream. Silverstream and Mistyfoot. Yeah. I want to put Oakheart in there. Mostly because I feel like overall I'd probably pick Mistyfoot because she's the most relevant consistently throughout the end of the series. Like, she's in Forest of Secrets. She's the one that helps Silverstream. She's present when Blue Star is fighting at Sunning Rocks. She's present with, like, she's the one, I don't know. I guess Mitzifoot. I mean, I really don't think Crooked Star is that relevant. Is that bad? It's probably Leopard Star, Mistyfoot, and Silverstream are the most relevant cats. He's only relevant because he's leader. Yeah. Like, if he wasn't leader, he wouldn't be relevant. I mean, you could probably say the same with Leopard Star. With that logic, so I don't know if that's, like, proper logic to use. Welcome, Adia. I would say Silverstream and Mistyfoot are definitely the most relevant cats. My favorite clan? I don't really like that question that much. I don't really have a favorite clan. I mean, I think when I was growing up, I would always join like River Clan and Warrior Cats RPs. So I guess that would be my answer. Warrior Clan, you're right. I actually choose Warrior Clan. You're so right. My favorite SkyClan cat? Main character SkyClan cat? Like a major character? Root Spring. Favorite minor character SkyClan cat is Shrewtooth. Actually, I lied. It's Shri. I changed my answer. I always, like, don't count Tree as a SkyClan cat. Like, I really like Tree, but I see him as, like, a loner still. But he is indeed a SkyClan cat. He's literally just treeing it up in SkyClan. Like what Tiger Star would do. He'd probably make Leopard Star kill him. Which would have been intense. covers Mike and leans over. Now what? I feel like if he won against Darkstripe and Blackfoot, he should have, like, proved his worth. I mean, they were gonna let him live anyway. If he, like, killed Storm and Feather. Actually, that was probably a lie. They probably would have still killed him. Feathertail's death is so disrespectful. I need you to elaborate on this. I actually just reread that part in the books, like, this morning, because I'm putting together my tribe information. Wow, I hate that. Why'd I do that? For real, book 2? Yeah. You got a problem with that? I remember that scene. That's, like, super something that a kid would do, though. Like, that was very kid behavior. What happened to Leopard Star? I think it's like no one likes how they killed off Briarlight because they only killed her off. The Sori team killed her off because Vicky was keeping. I mean, Vicky's the one that I don't know. It's hard to explain. It was like internal drama. You can read about it on certain websites. I don't remember if it's on the wiki, but it's like Briarlight was created because there was a girl in Vicky's life. I can't remember if it was like a niece or something that had gotten into a serious like car wreck or she had sustained a serious injury, and Vicky wrote Briarlight surviving to like as like a hopeful like thing for her to relate to, like her niece. So when Vicky left, and there was no one that was kind of like writing Briarlight, they just killed her because they didn't care anymore. Vicky's cousin. Yeah, I knew it was like someone in Vicky's family. Did you guys know that the tribe was made after 9/11 happened? On the wiki, I could not believe when I read this. Because I was like, this is insane. I was like, oh, y'all serious right now? That was weird. I didn't realize that until I actually read the freaking trivia on the tribe. Wait, what are you? I don't even want to know what you're talking about, Dia, so no need to explain further. Undiagnosed. Ay, ay, ay. What is this? What happened to the line art right here? Excuse me? Let's go away. Ridiculous. Oh my gosh. I have to get your guys' opinion, Dia and Toon, because I was showing people earlier, so let me switch over to my screen capture again. Make sure that I'm on the right one. There we go. So my next drawing is going to be the tribe. This is why we were talking about the tribe earlier. And I was actually doing research because I want to do an illustration of the tribe during dawn when all 4 clans are also visiting, because I feel like that'd be the most interesting. And after researching all of the cats that would be alive, I have discovered that there were at least 100 cats in this cave at once during the Great Journey. Which is insane. I'm not going to be able to add 100 cats into an illustration. That's going to be like a Where's Waldo. I've highlighted the ones that I actually want to add. But that's not the important part. I just wanted to... The important part is... I've done 3 initial thumbnails for possible illustrations. Here's the first one with the waterfall on this side. Here's the second one, waterfall in the middle, kind of a centered illustration. And here's the third one with the cave kind of creating this feature. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna add all of them. I just wanted to have like a list of cats I could add. So, which thumbnail do you guys like the best? Do you like this one? This one? Or this one? These are all thumbnails, so it'd be like, I'll pick one of these and then I'll do more specific. Like, I'll do thumbnails with the same composition, but, like, different types of details, or, like, different... Like, you like the second one. That's interesting. Earlier, people liked this one the best, but you guys are liking this one the best. Yeah, Toon, that's what we kind of decided. Like, I like this composition the best. But it has so much negative space up here that I wouldn't be able to add any cats. But I feel like if I moved it up a little bit and made it so that it's a more... Like, obviously I'd have to edit the composition over here and maybe, like, push it this way. And, like, had more ground right here. I feel like the first two are good if it was just, like, showing off the cave. But to have so many cats in it... Here's the first one. The second one. But see, I like this one as well. The centered composition. But the problem with this one is that all of the light would be a backlight. So I wouldn't... I feel like for an illustration purpose, it's not very good. Because every single cat's face that's facing the camera would have to be backlit. Which restricts detail. But I feel like this one's the most fish islands of them. Like, it would have... Like, I like... Yeah, that's how I felt, Toon. Like, the first one, obviously... This is, like, the first initial, like... When I pictured what it would be like in my brain, this is the one that came to mind, right? First thumbnail. And I did the other two because I was like, okay, I need to do more thumbnails so I can get away from this. So I feel like I want to, like, continue exploring this thumbnail. Like, I definitely want to keep exploring these, like, really strong lines that are coming through the cave right here. I think those could be very interesting to explore. This is the third one. Sorry, I don't have any, like, numbers on them because this is the third one. Like, I think I want to explore this one more. And I don't need to have all 100 cats in the picture. Like I said... Hold on, let's look. I have a whole list, and the cats that are highlighted are the ones that I definitely want to show off in the picture. Like, I want the Stone Teller, Brook, Crag. Crag becomes the next Stone Teller. I want Ashfur and Rain Whiskers, Sipher. They all die. So they're not going to be in any other camp picture. I mean, I guess Ash Kit was in the first one. Hawk for Us, I definitely want in there. Yeah, well, I was like... Here's the description from Moonrise. And the part that stands out the most is this line right here. They don't explain stuff like this anymore. It says, the only light that came through the rushing water, pale and wavering, so that it was like standing in the depths of a pool. I love that description. I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna be able to do, like, really interesting lighting with this. So I feel like kind of like the ripples shining off of these cave walls would be very interesting. I feel like the composition of the cave... Why am I searching fighting cats on Pinterest for references? How do you think I get my references? Anyway. I don't know, because I don't usually go on Pinterest's homepage, really. I mostly just, like, pin stuff on other websites. So I don't really use Pinterest as like a homepage or anything. Like it's like 80% ads now. That sounds about right. How do I start sketching? I mean, these are like here. Like, I just start with like really big motions. Or like if I'm doing camps, I usually start with like what I want the center point of the camp to be. So like on this one, I think I actually started sketching... I honestly think I started sketching these rocks and the river first. And then I was like, okay, I want the rocks here, and then I want a river to go. And then I was like, and then there needs to be cliff walls. And then I want paths going ziggy-zaggy. Like, I genuinely think this is what my sketch looked like. Actually, I might still have it on this page. Yeah, I do. Hold on. Let's see how far back I have sketch-wise. Yeah, I feel like this was my initial sketch. Except this wasn't. This was less rendered. And then after I did that one, I did this one. I added the cats, and then I added the plants. And then from this one, I believe that is when I sketched out the final lines. Excuse me. And I've been working on this for 4 hours. I think I'm gonna take a break on it. I'm gonna try to render out. I'm like thinking about this cave now, and I need to like render out more sketches of it. So like, with this thumbnail, which is like this. Like, I'm thinking, like, if I kind of go there. Thinking, like, if I kind of, like, pushed up, like, the, like, the plane. Like, I don't know. I feel like at this, like, if I kind of, like, bird's eye view it any... I mean, it's implied that the cave waterfall is, like, a very wide... This is the tribe illustration I'm gonna do. And then, like, the waterfall's right here. It's said that the cave's, like, entrance is actually very, very broad. And the light's all coming from this way. And then there's actually... if I just put this up like this. Hi below. Like, I'm wondering... So in this picture, I don't know if you guys can tell or not, like, but I had kind of like, there's steps. There's apparently like a pool in the middle. And like a little stream that goes through. But I kind of imagine that they might have little, like, dens that are in the cave walls like this. That's what those were. Yeah, I mean, in the books, it's like that to be like a massive waterfall. And so I kind of like, that's what these were for. And then if I did this and there was like dens in the walls, these would be really, really tiny. Like the cats would be like super tiny. It'd be like this big. But then I could like utilize some of this negative space. And then kind of like plateaus. Maybe the water is like cascading down. I don't know. But at this point, it's like, it's hard to even like imagine you could see the river because we're pretty, well, maybe not. But then if we had like a bunch of space around here. And then like the waterfalls down here. This is my waterfall sound. Something like that. You see, that's just like a little bit too busy though. I feel like there's too many lines. Like in this one, I guess not. I don't really want the stalagmites to like be coming from like the top of the ceiling if I can't see them on the ceiling though, you know? And then I kind of imagine that like this is the area that like Feathertown stormed for, and then she jumps and then it's like, ah, I'm dead right here. That's where Stonetooth died. I just sound like a crazy person now. But I feel like as long as I like kept like part of me is like, how do I want to portray the cave walls? Like, do I want them to be smoother? Like, genuine caves have pretty smooth walls overall. I mean, they're not gonna be super smooth because I want them to have like little nests inside. But I feel like if the nests follow kind of like if the little crevices kind of followed the same like line down, that could be interesting. And this area is like the tunnel that goes off to the nursery or whatever. Or maybe that's the tunnel to the pointed stones. I don't know. I actually kind of like imagine the pointed stones this way, because then I could have Stone Teller up here being like, I'm Stone Teller. And he's like right here. And he's like explaining to Leafpaw Stone Teller things. But even then, it's like, I feel like these guys are going to be way too big. Well, I need to pick like a certain type of cat that I need to pick. Actually, I need to pick certain cats that I definitely want up front. Like Stormfur and Brooke. Along with Crag or something, I don't know. Like, I definitely need to get some cats that I definitely want up here. Because everybody else, it's gonna get progressively harder to add any more detail anywhere else, except for like just basically silhouettes of cats. Like by the time that they're like back here, they're gonna be like this big. Oops. And I definitely want there to be a pretty big difference in the foreground up here. It just seems crazy to me to think that this cave was big enough to house 100 cats. I don't know. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I think I'm done for today, though. I've been live for 4 hours. It's not too bad. I'm getting kind of hungry. Might have a potato tonight. A potato. Go eat. Yeah. Well. No problem. Thanks for watching and keeping me focused while I struggle to finish this SkyClan picture before my motivation runs out, and I hate every detail of it. It's happening very slowly. I'm ready to kick it out of my house like it turned 19 years old, or 18 years old. Okay, well, thanks for watching, everyone. And I should be... You would live there? Yeah, I want the stream to... Right now, it just looks like it's kind of like a lake of water. It doesn't look like it's moving at all. I was like playing with different ways. I don't like this one. This one's too busy. This one's okay. I'll probably try playing with rendering this out a little bit more. Maybe add some... I need to add more ripples to it, because right now it kind of just looks like it's like a still water. I want it to at least look like it's running a little bit. But we'll figure something out. I mean, I guess it doesn't really have to be running that much. Okay, bye. I'll be back on Thursday, I think. I might stream on Wednesday. I don't know, but I can't stream tomorrow, so. Depends on how much, like, off-stream work I have to do. I probably will be doing a lot of that on Wednesday, so. Yeah. Yeah.